Good morning, everyone. Good morning, welcome. First and foremost, really thank you for yesterday. Your feedback was really important, and we were very grateful for this constructive discussions that we had yesterday. And we look forward to your constructive discussions today as well, during the 3 sessions that will take place. So the first session that's going to take place today is regarding jumping. We know, all of us, that the cost for everyone involved in our sport has increased dramatically over the past few years due to several factors, which we're not going to mention at this very moment. But we felt at the FEI that it was extremely important to have our most important bodies to present the concerns and maybe possible solutions were the stakeholders themselves. Who are most effective. And this is why we have today, I'm very happy to welcome François Maty, who is the first vice president of the IJRC. We also have Guy Riosa, who is a young rider from IJRC. We have Peter Bolin, sorry, I'm not doing it in the right direction, but Peter Bolin, who is the president of the Equestrian Organizers. We have Ali Kuchuk, who is the secretary general of the International Jumping Officials Club. We have as well Dominique Maigret, who is the chair of the Jumping Owners, and we have our big winner of yesterday, Ian Allison, who is the first vice president of the Organisers. So, exactly, and thank you for wearing that T-shirt yesterday. We were very, very proud of you. So it was very important for us not to come up with solutions, but to have them discuss amongst themselves and as well present what these possible solutions could be. But maybe before we dig into the subject, it would be, I think it's very important to provide you a history as to how this whole conversation started at the FEI. And for that, I'm very pleased to invite our Chief Financial Officer, Claude Prat, who will explain to you how this whole thing came about. And then we'll continue the discussions later on. And I hopefully will be able to properly moderate this session. Claude, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sabrina. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to all the stakeholders. So the subject of the cost for the show jumping started in 2021. It was brought to our attention by the U.S. Equestrian Federation that the rates for converting the prize money from Swiss franc to US dollars, it's a system that had been in place since 2012, had gotten out of sync with the reality of the financial exchange rates. And back in 2012, the system that we adopted had been done after a large consultation of the stakeholders. There was what was called a London Club or London Conference to establish those rates. And at the FEI, we also decided that this was a subject that was worth consulting as well. So we contacted the stakeholders to see what their take was, because there was a legitimate question from the US Equestrian Federation. The converting of the rates had gotten out of sync with the financial reality. So we needed to investigate what was going on. I mean, we knew what went on, but we need to be proactive on that. And prize money is especially sensitive to riders, to owners, and to organizers. So that's why we consulted widely on that. And during the consultation process, there are a lot of other subjects that came up, namely the entry fees and other charges that are imposed on riders, costs for organizers that have risen, prize money in relationship to entry fees, and may forget other subjects, but those various subjects will be addressed at a later stage this morning by the panelists after I expose on the prize money what the consensus came. So first, the prize money issue. Like I mentioned, in 2012, we took the decision to establish the prize money. And in 2012, we made the decision to make the prize money evolve according to inflation. So we broke away from the financial exchange rate and the rapid rise in inflation the last 2 years, then what happened is, if you see the example here, there, so the inflation method that we have for 5-star prize money of 500 Swiss francs, euro is 425,000 euro and dollar is 617,000. When we compare those with the actual financial rates, you can see that the US should pay for a 5-star with a rate of last year $519,000, and Europeans should pay $512,000 instead of $425,000. So you can see there's a big discrepancy. The Europeans are paying, technically, compared to the financial exchange rate, 20% below what they should pay for a 5-star, and the US is paying 19% above. So, of course, when you compare it's just not sustainable. And we had to find a system, and we proposed a solution for the stakeholders, and had several discussions back and forth, and we arrived at a solution where the solution was to decide to break away from the Swiss franc. That's the first thing, because there are only maybe 2 or 3 competitions that pay prize money in Swiss franc. The vast majority of the prize money is paid in euro, like 72%. Then the second most important currency in which the organizers pay prize money is US dollars. So break away from Swiss franc, establish the euro as the base, because that's where the heavy burden of the prize money to be paid is, and then adapt the US dollars with a system that I'm going to get into details later. Then the other questions we had to decide was the level of prize money for a 5-star event. Again, there were quite a bit of discussions, and I'll come back to that. We went to several discussions, and it was to decide whether we kept it at a 425,000 euro, 436,000 euro, which is the current rate that we have, or should we go, as the euro and the Swiss franc is at 1 franc to euro, go to 500,000 to establish the base in euro. Here you have in Europe all the 5-star events for 2022, and you can see that the ones highlighted in yellow are the ones that are below 500,000 euros. When we factor that this year we're going to have about 8% inflation, practically all of the yellow ones are going to be close to the threshold of 500,000 euro. So it was decided to propose that for 2024, the prize money would be established in a base in euro for the 5-star at 500,000. This is just a proposal, it's not a decision, but that's where we arrive at. And then we adapt the scale all the way down to 1-star level. In the course of the discussions, there was also a proposal to have the 1-star level at 15,000 euros starting next year. I will also come to that later because it's important. And so we introduced that with a minimum of 15,000 euros for 1-star level. And you have here in this line what the actual prize monies in euros are for 2023. Then we had to think of how we were going to convert those exchange rates to US dollar. We put here an exchange rate of 110 because this is where we are today. 1 euro equals 1.1 US dollars. So we thought if we're doing a reset, then we might as well use what's today's values, and we will make the model evolve in the future. So by using 110, then this is where we arrive for US dollars for 2024. And you can see that for the 5-star, where they are now at 617,000, it represents a reduction for their prize money, realigning them much better on what the reality of the financial rates are. Now, how to evolve the system in a way that it doesn't erratically move every year with the fluctuation of currencies. We propose there are two ways to do it. One is to use average rates to calculate every year what the new parity is going to be. So in effect, we're going to use every month end rate. We publish those rates in August or September. So we were going to use, starting this July, every month end rate until next year. We take the average rate, so we make an average, 12-month average, and what it does that by using the average, it reduces the volatility. So you can have in 1 month an exchange rate that moves quite high or quite low, depending on an international event or war or something. But if you flatten it over a whole year, you're not going to have as big a volatility. So you avoid being trapped by the end of the month August rate, which all of a sudden goes out of whack completely because there's a war declared somewhere in the world, and then the currencies go like 15, 20% in a very short period of time, and then you fix the prize money rates for the following year on that one rate, and that's unfair. So by using the average, we reduce the volatility of that. So that's one aspect of it. Then the other aspect is we are also proposing to introduce a threshold band of 5%. I know I'm being a bit technical here, but I hope I'm clear. So by introducing a threshold band of 5%, we say that if the exchange rate, the average exchange rate, doesn't move more than 5% or less than 5%, then we don't change anything. So what the threshold will do is reduce the frequency at which we make the change. So it brings stability in the system, but it also allows the system to adapt. If we have on a trend, a long-term trend change in currency, then the system will adapt. If we're not going to adapt it as often, it brings stability, it brings predictability for the organizers, for the writers, one way or the other if it goes up or down. So that's in essence the core of the system, and how we want to do is bring stability, still adapt to the reality, and avoid erratic moves in those currency exchange rate. I wanted to come back to the 15,000 Swiss franc minimum on the 1-star level, and I think it's important for everybody to realize here I have explained how the system will adapt. So we will calculate a new rate by using the effective month rate, the average from August through July 24, averaging over a 12-month period. If the average moves higher or lower than the rate in effect, then the prize money table will be adapted for the following year. If the variation is smaller than 5%, then we will remain the same, and the prize money will not be adjusted for the following year. And that process will be done every year to see whether we're still in sync with the exchange rates. Coming back on the 15,000 euro prize money minimum for the 1-star, we ran yesterday statistics. Took us quite a while to pull that out, but we finally managed. And you can see that this is the average prize money for 1-star events for 2022 by continent. We took the average. You can see that almost 95, 96% of the total prize money is paid by Europeans. You can see Europeans are paying 6.8 million Swiss franc or euro. At today's rate, it's about the same amount, out of 7,345,000 Swiss francs for 1-star level. But we can see that if we put a minimum of 15,000 euros for a 1-star level, then in effect, it excludes every other continent but Europe of reaching a 1-star level. Not exactly true, because there are some competitions in Africa that are paying higher than 15,000, and in Asia, there's a few in the Middle East that are paying above 15,000 euros. But in effect, I mean, there are a lot of competitions that pay zero prize money at 1-star level. And so that's something that probably needs to be discussed further and see how we want to maybe modify the proposal or keep it that way. So this basically concludes the system, and not quite true. Of course, for the Longines ranking requirements, we basically adapted the table exactly with the same model. So we will calculate that, also go euro-based for that, and then use the 110 rate for the US dollar and adapt it with the average rates like I explained earlier. I have in the presentation, which I think will be available afterwards, you'll have the whole system where it's explained. It's exactly the same as the prize money, so I don't want to repeat again myself there. I just wanted also to add that this is a proposal. There are some elements in there that are board decision. Some elements in there require the agreement of the IJRC. Some elements in there require the agreement of the General Assembly. Once we have a consensus on the global proposal, then I will hand that over to the legal department, Michael Rensch, who is a master at moving around those decision process to get this approved properly. This concludes my presentation for the prize money, and I'd like to invite the panelists, if they want to correct, add, say things that I missed or that I said wrong, or you're welcome to take the word now. Thank you. It doesn't work?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it does.
No?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your very clear presentation. From the side of the organizers, if you look to the last 3-4 years, it's getting more and more financial challenges. Let me just explain you a little bit what is happening the last years. So after the EHV outbreak, we got extra biosecurity measures, which makes that we need to have extra officials and also build extra infrastructure. The inflation of the last 2 years increased the cost, not only energy cost and warming cost, but also labor cost and infrastructure cost, averaged by 20 to 30% for each organizer. Last year we got an increase of remuneration for the officials. The standards that are required for the shows are increasing every year by the riders, also by the grooms, the public, the officials, and also by the FEI, which increased the cost of the shows, of course. Then with the new measures we will have to take for sustainability, horse welfare, we expect that there will also come extra cost. We see an increase of no shows at our shows, and often these stables stay empty, are extra cost for the organizers, and so on and so on. Besides that, due to the financial insecure times, it's hard to find new sponsors to cover this extra cost, and we even see that existing sponsors are reducing their budget. The last years, we see a trend in the show market. that I would say unique shows. I mean shows that are organized once a year with, of course, because of that, very high infrastructure costs, but also with high quality sport, and a lot of public are suffering and are even disappearing in some countries. These shows are also the FEI shows, like the Nations Cup and the World Cup are concluded in this kind of quality shows. And then on the other side, we see the fixed international infrastructures, like you all know them, Hubsite, Oliva, Riesenbeck, Arezzo, Centaur, Pelberg, and so on. Those shows are doing pretty good. They organize more and more, but without public, so there is not really a public attendance. So my question is, where do we want to go with our sport in the future? Do we want to evolve the sport to what is happening now, or do we want to give a chance to the unique shows, and to give them a chance? The only way would be careful with the cost, extra costs we put every year extra to the shows, and create some incentives for extra incomes for the shows. That's the only way these shows can continue in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. I think it'd be great to go around the table as well to hear from the different stakeholders. We'll move on to Dominique.
Yeah, thank you. I will not answer the second part of your question. But take some time before answering this question. But I would like to start with an opening statement, obviously. And the opening statement is the following. You have all to be aware and understand that a very large portion of the costs are borne by the owners, obviously, either directly or through the invoicing of their riders. Therefore, we are very keen to have this cost controlled and not increase too much in the future. But on the other hand, and by the way, in top of the cost, we have to finance the authors. That's not the lowest part of our costs, But by the way, we fully understand that we need organizers, we need motivated organizers, and we need shows we work. That means that in the end, what we have to find all together is a balance between our requirements, between the riders' requirements, and the organizer requirements. That's the end of my opening statement, but obviously as willing and open to answer all the questions which
Thank you very much, Dominique. I suggest we move on to Ali.
Good morning, everyone. As for the officials' point of view, I would like to start off with the words of Peter. As he mentioned, last year at the FEI General Assembly, the remuneration, the daily allowance of the officials were approved. And in fact, this was a joint proposal with the equestrian organizers. To this end, the remaining from this process was actually the evaluation and appointment of officials process, which we were going to tackle within this year. However, there's a current situation at the moment in front of us. As Claude mentioned, the fluctuating inflation rates as well as the fluctuating cross currencies have created an environment which we need to prioritize now. Therefore, we agree with the efforts to address this issue, especially and specifically for the prize money. And to this end, we do follow and agree with the efforts to harmonize, not only trying to decrease the currencies, but also bringing a tabulation which makes sense for the currencies going forward. This is not only affecting the riders or the organizers, even to the extent of the officials were affected, because when a discrepant schedule is in front of you as an official, you will need to be double checking this and trying to find out whether this is correct or not at the end of the day, because the foreign judge and the president of the grand jury is responsible for the prize money distributed at the end of the show. Therefore, it is a matter that affects all of us, and we have been and we will continue to provide our feedback into this. So that would be the first start of the position, and then happy to continue more.
Thank you very much, Ali. Francois, we'd like to hear from you as well, the riders.
Hi. Thank you, Claude, for this presentation. That was hard to do. Couldn't have done it as well as you did. I must say I completely, I thank also Peter and Dominic because we are actually solidarity to that. He explained very well the extra cost that have occurred the last few years. But each rider's operation has occurred exactly the same thing. So, we have to do the grooms, the hay, the transport. So we also support all these extra charges. So it's a burden. The riders, the rider need the show need the riders. As Claude said, basically most of the time the owners end up paying the end bill, and a lot of riders are also owners, so we completely share the same concern. But really, like he said, this last sentence is very important. Where do we want the sport to go? When you stand in the line, and I'm more talking about 2-star level, 3-star level, 5-star level is not so much the case. When you stand in the line after the show for your bill, you have 3 people, doing the accounts, and the sentence you hear is cash or credit, cash or credit, cash or credit, because most of the riders are going there, they're paying the bills. Suddenly you have a winner. No, I want enough prize money to pay for my bills, and that's the exception. So this is the thing, when a young rider is starting, you cannot do that every week. We want to see if we want to leave this sport open for young riders, good promising riders who have medium potential to reach our sport, to be stars, or if we want to aim to the American model, where actually if you don't have the money, it's going to be really, really hard, maybe impossible to live your passion of the horses. So I think this is really an important turn that we have here. And also we have a really good collaboration with the organizer, and I think we agree that some things need to be organized. We had a really good meetings, and the entry fee is one thing. We have to, it's very important to understand that the entry fee is not a set entry fee; it's a maximum entry fee. But basically, all the shows have that maximum entry fee, and the prize money is minimum prize money, maximum prize money. So there is also a way to have discussions. Should the entry fee be related to the prize money or not? So that's the one thing. But basically what appeared in the last few years, because I think this amount of entry fee that couldn't move so much, is the fantasy fees that arrived. You see a program, the only rule is that it needs to be set in the schedule and approved. And now we have a list of different costs that some organizer, I must say some, are setting on the rider's bill, and that can come from parking the truck, parking the car, riding in the ring. Now you see a charge, if you want to ride in the ring before a show, you have to pay 50 euros. If you arrive before the show, you have to pay for the stable. If you leave too late, you pay the stable. If you are in a tour, they're gonna be charged of the stables between the tours. And if you have a stallion, if you think it could be the stables are too low, you want to ask the organization for extra board to put around the stable in order to avoid an accident. 30 euro per board per week. I mean, it's a never-ending story. There is no limit to that list, no limit to that price. You can pay. You can have a tack room for free. You can have it for 560 euros. If you look in the schedules in 5 minutes, you will find all these kind of prices. So I think we agree that the best way would be to find a frame around that. Maybe go back to what we had before. The entry fee was including everything. We maybe need to discuss, like we did at the start for the prize money at the show, but really find a solution to stop this kind of extra costs, and find a reasonable amount of entry fee that could be adapted. And
Absolutely, and we will look at also, just to remind everybody what the different entry fees are and the different models that there are. We'll be looking at that very shortly. I don't know, Guy, did you want to contribute at one point this already from your perspective, and then I'd like to hear from Ian as well.
Yeah, hi, good morning, everyone. I would like to say that I agree quite pretty much with everything that Francois was saying. For us young riders, it's quite difficult to get to some bigger shows, but for sure there are organizers which are helping us to get there, so I would like to thank all the organizers for that. But then going to 2- and 3-star shows, of course, it also gets quite expensive in the end, especially if the weekend is not going the best and we didn't win some prize money, when we have to go and pay for everything, and then you get all these extra costs like manure disposal and parking and all the other things which I understand that the organizers have to charge for that. But it gets quite expensive, and for us young riders it's quite difficult. And also if we get some horses from some breeders or owners, as long as they're competing good and winning some prize money, it's all good. But then at some point also they have to pay for all these costs and shows for the horses, and they decide to sell the horses because it gets too expensive. And then that's also difficult for us, because when they sell our good horses, then we for sure drop down a level or two, and we're at the bottom again, or trying to get back up there. So that's pretty much it.
Super. Thank you very much, and we'll hear a little bit more from you later. Ian.
Thank you. I'm comforted that I don't disagree with anything that's been said today. The key is going to be finding that framework that Francois alluded to, that fits not only the star levels, but the disparity in the markets where our sport operates around the world. And we all understand the pathway of the young horses and the young riders. We understand that in some markets of the world, things are working tremendously well, but also within those markets, there are inequities that are, I say from some organizers, there's been workarounds that have not looked good upon any of us. I think that there is some things that Claude alluded to on the prize money side of it that only touch one part of this equation that we really have to be mindful of, because you can generate your prize money through a number of ways, as he alluded to, whether it be through pure sponsorship or, if you will, sport funded. And from the side of the organizers, I think, well, the regulator of our sport is the FEI. We're also faced with a lot of other regulatory issues that have been very crippling over the last few years, whether it be through new green policies, let's say. I noticed one that came up on the board down there of bank charges, and many people would recognize with, as Francois alluded to, cash or credit. Credit card fees for organizers are material now in terms of working out your budgets to operate in these scenarios. But I do think that we have had progressive dialogues and innovative thinking, and we have to come with an eloquent solution, and we have to come with a solution that fits within the framework where organizers, wherever they happen to be wanting to plant the roots of this sport for the horses and the riders, can be sustainable.
Thank you very much, Ian, for that. So maybe it might be interesting. Am I doing this right? Here we go. Oh, sorry. I went a little too fast for the coffee break. All right. I know we're all need some coffee, but let's not overdo it. Okay, hold on a second. Comment on fait là? Oh, voilà. Merde. Here we go. Entry fees. So just to remind you what the entry fees look like, so we do have two models, as we all know. One is the European model, basically, with the entry fees, and then we have what is actually existing outside of Europe. So as you can see from here, for CSI 1 and 2 stars, there's 440 euros per horse. For 3 stars, it's 495 per horse. For a 4-star, it's 605 per horse. And then for a CSI 5-star, a normal 5-star, there is no entry fee. And then when it comes to a World Cup Western European qualifier, there is 495 per fee. Then in the United States, the situation is different. In North America, as you can see, the sum of the entry fees for 3 horses and all compulsory fees are charged and may not exceed 4% of the prize money. You can see that for the 1 and 2 stars. You see what the situation is for a 3-star, which may not exceed 3% of the prize money. For a 4-star, 2% of the prize money. When it comes to the World Cup, then it's according to the World Cup rules. When it comes to a 5-star, it may not exceed 1% of the prize fund. So this was also discussed. Should the relation of the 5-star, for example, how should that affect the United States, North America, and the rest of the world regarding the prize money? Then when you look at the CSIO, what is the situation there? Well, there you can see the different the entry fees for the different levels. Then, as was discussed before, there is a situation regarding mandatory fees, and this is an excerpt from from our rules regarding discretionary fees. These fees may be charged for optional commodities, services that may be purchased by an athlete, and as you see, they're listed here. What that looks like. And then here are some examples of the current situation, which you see it does get a little bit out of hand sometimes. And that was referred to by Francois and also by Guy. So basically, this is not a done deal, but we do need to find some solutions. And we want to have a discussion with all of you on what this situation could look like. And of course, there's a lot more work that these stakeholder groups, they need to do after this session today. And one is, what should the rules for entry fees look like? We do understand, and we're not going to try and impose the same model that exists in Europe in North America. We tried that a couple of years, and it definitely did not work, as you will recall, Mr. President. So we do have to have a discussion about that with you today. We also want to maybe get your feedback at what should mandatory fees look like, what should be under that. And then should the entry fee, should it be dependent on the prize money distributed? That's another question that we want to throw out to you. Should the minimum prize money and or the maximum entry fee be based on the number of horses per event? That is also an interesting question. Should there be a minimum prize money in non-Longines ranking classes, depending on the star level? And should the entry fees in the United States be reduced given the prize money is reduced in the proposal above? So, yeah, we need to start this conversation, and we're here to do that with you. I'd like to maybe hear, because when we did have our discussions in Lausanne, we did not have the opportunity really to get feedback from North America on the prize money level and what that could mean with the entry fees. So maybe we can start from there and then move up. Ian, and then it'd be interesting to hear also from Michael Stone.
Yeah, certainly. And one quick thing, just that I noticed on the slides there, I think there was a misheader on one of them between the mandatory and the compulsory. If you go back, yeah, mandatory fees don't include, VIP tabling, extra boxes. But just in terms of the header there, so for the avoidance of anyone's confusion. We have heard from Francois' colleagues in the North American Riders Group, and they are proposing some modest adjustments, but they could end up being quite material given the prospects they're looking at in terms of, if you will, volume discounts based on 1, 2, or 3 horses, particularly at different star levels. I think there's probably some merit into the proposition that's been put forward by the North American Riders Group. I think that probably the magnitude of the reduction is unrealistic, just given that for certain, inflationary times on both sides of the Atlantic don't seem to be over, so organizers' costs are going to be continuing to go up. But we, as the jumping organizers, have heard from the North American Riders Group last night with respect to their proposition of, particularly as it affects, to go to what Guy was talking about, the 1, 2, and 3 star, the pathway for young horses and young riders. So I think that discussion is certainly open. I know as an organizer myself, I don't operate so much in the 1 star and 2 star realm, but I know that there are people in the room that do, so I would certainly welcome their input into economies of scale and the volumes of horses that you're dealing with, not only in Europe but also in North America.
Yeah, Michael, would you like to add something? Let's get a microphone over here up front, please. Maybe I'll go back to that table, which shows us what that would look like.
Thank you. Obviously a reduction in prize money, it's been going up and up every single year, and it's funny, many of the riders say to me, oh, your prize money hasn't gone up for years. In fact, it goes up every single year, it goes up. But the difference is that our entry fees in North America are in relation to the prize money. So it's a percentage. So, okay, it's a maximum percentage, but it is a percentage of the the prize money. So we can't charge more than. Now we can play with the first, second, and third horse, but the fundamental difference is that virtually every show in the US is just run straight off the rankings. So if you're ranked high enough, you show. There's virtually no pay cards. There's no pay to play, and I think that for Guy there, that's a big advantage. I know you said it's very expensive, but to be honest, to pay to jump in a 2 or a 3-star, to pay $2,000 for your horse for every single competition that you can jump in is a lot cheaper than having to buy a table. And I think the vast majority of organisers in the US are very, don't charge. Now, it's starting to creep in. As costs go up, it's starting to creep in. I think that's something that absolutely needs to be addressed. I think most organisers won't actually cut the prize money very much, even though we'll have the ability to do it, because I think there's a general feeling that we're all in this together, riders, organisers, FEI. So I don't see there being a major reduction in prize money for the majority of the bigger shows in the US.
I see Eleonora would like to say something.
Yes, the most important thing is that the situation and the market in the United States is totally different from the market in Europe. This was why the Riders Club decided not to come into too much between a discussion and to find solution. For sure we will help the American riders because they are part of our board. We have 3 riders appointed by the North American Riders Club. That is not only a club for riders, it is a club that includes different stakeholders in our sport. But we have 3 riders that are appointed, that are Tiffany Foster, Ken Farrington, and Lauren Hoof, that are part of our board. So for sure we will help them, but it's a completely different market. For example, in Europe it will be not possible to use your system. You cover, for example, the prize money with 50 horses. And in Europe, in order to cover the prize money, we need 300 horses. It nearly impossible. It's impossible for Europe to have the same entry fees. As Guy said, and also Jack will tell us now, for them it's impossible to pay for 4,000 euro a month as entry fee. When they have 2 horses jumping 2 shows, they have to pay for 4,000 euros. So they need an owners that pay 4,000 euros. Can you imagine if this amount become 40,000 euros? So for Europe, this kind of amount is impossible. What Michael said that in the United States you don't have pay cards. Pay card is another, or we have to call extra fees in order to enter the show. This will be another items that will be approached in the future, but is not the question for now. And I'm sorry to say, but I underline what Peter said. At the end, if I may, they are all pay card, because when a rider has to pay 10,000 euro to enter a show, this for us is impossible. So we would like really to leave up to you and to the North American rider to find a solution for your market. But for sure, it's not possible to compare your situation to our situation. We would like to have our young riders, our coming up athletes, a lot of breeders, because we have to protect also the breeders and the owners that are category that I don't think you have a lot in the United States, breeder that own their horses in 2 and 3 star. Since a few years ago in Holland and Belgium, the 60% of the horses that took part to the 2-star show were owned by breeders. Now there was a big increase of this. We need the breeders, we need the owners in order to see the talent in the future. We would like to see in the future, in the Olympics, in the major event, riders like Frankie Slotak, Jos Lansing, people that are Francois Mati Senior and Junior also, but people that are not coming for billionaire families. Thank you.
Thank you, Eleonora. Ian, you look ready to respond to that?
I'm not sure where that came from, Eleonora. I said I recognized the disparities in the market, and we had to develop a framework. So I completely understand the difference between how Europe and North America operate. Thank you for your clarity.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm happy about. So it's your responsibility together with the North American riders to find a good solution for you and for the riders.
But going back to what you said earlier, Michael, when we were looking at the entry fee situation for North America, and you were talking about the sum of the entry fees for 3 horses. Do you see something that could be changed there, adapted there?
There's different ways. There's many different ways of doing it, and some of the organizers, for example, if you can take 4% of the entry of the prize money, you can put it on for 2 horses and let the 3rd horse for free. But it's not really free because very few people have 3 horses in a 2-star. So I think those are the areas that need to be worked on, and we're working with the North American Riders Group for that very reason, and see how we can move it around to make it more equitable for everybody. Because as Ian said, the costs of everything in North America have gone through the roof. The inflation rate is high. Insurance costs have absolutely gone through the roof for horse shows. There's so many added costs, which I know the riders also have similar costs that they have to live with. So it's how can we work together to make this as equitable as possible for everybody, bearing in mind that it's not a cheap sport and we can't pretend that it is. And that sometimes I think it gets lost in that it is expensive. And those breeders who are showing in Europe who are wanting to get the cost down is because they're going to sell their horses, for a lot of them, to America, because that's where all the money is. So it's a lot more complicated than just, well, we want the entry fee at $1,000 or $600 or $5,000. So I'm not sure that actually answered your question, but it was...
No, I mean, you just basically said there's a lot of work to be done and we need to continue discussing.
Yeah. But we are working with the North American Riders group on that, and we will come up with a solution.
Okay, but it's good that you I mean, that we all seem to realize that something has to be done, and we need to make it more viable also for those that are actually competing in North America as well, so that there will be a solution. Because that basically we will need to do very shortly is agree what the CSI 5-star minimum prize money will look like in Europe and the rest of the world. So maybe let's hear from those that are sitting out here what your thoughts are on the proposal. You saw it was 500,000 for in euros and 5,000. What was it? 500,000. 550,000. Thank you very much for in US dollars. Thoughts on that? Yes.
Hello, good morning. Tatiana from Brazil. It's amazing listening about Europe and North America. I cannot talk about other parts of the world, but I can talk about South America. For us, $500 is still very distant for our reality in economic reality in South America. So we aim to do better shows for our riders, but it's very far for our reality work with these prize monies. And sorry, but I cannot listen nobody talking about other parts of the world.
Yeah. Well, this is why we're having this consultation with you all today, because we want to hear from the rest of the world as well. I see Jerry in the back also has something to say.
Hi, I'm Jerry Ku from Hong Kong. I noticed that you're all talking about 3, 4, 5 stars, but I think I share the sentiment with Tati, that I come from a smaller federation, and most of the time, all we have over there is a CSI 1-star competition. All right, and these competitions are most of them run at like a borrow horse competition and run by the federations. And apart from all the costs that you are talking about, you know, for us in Hong Kong or in Asia, Group 8, you know, there are other costs as well, you know, with the officials flying them in, because over the last 3 years, they haven't had the chance to attend a seminar or whatever to keep their status, and all that adds up. So, I hope you could consider this, the CSI 1-star at least, there should not be a minimum prize money, because that does add a lot of cost to the organizers in my part of the world. Thank you.
And again, as Claude mentioned, we only ran the statistic yesterday, so we only had that global view of what this would affect the rest of the world. So none of this is a done deal, huh? It's an open discussion with you. It even hasn't gone to the jumping committee, huh? Or any of this. So we just wanted to take the pulse here. Yes, Francois.
Yeah, thank you for your comment, but we had this discussion about your part, and it was commented that there was also no entry fees in the 1-star. Is that in your region, or is that another region, or you charge entry-free? No entry fee. Okay, so we knew about that situation, and we were, we had discussed, and we understand also that when you don't charge entry-free, it's another situation. So we are open to different solutions in different continents.
Thank you very much, Francois. And I'd like to invite Stefan Ellenbroek, Chair of the Jumping Committee.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Sabrina. We as the committee and we as the FEI, as Claude mentioned already in his entry statement, we are fully aware that there is that situation with the 1-star. And in this specific case, especially in these regions, it's not only grassroots what the 1-star is. It's also considered as a very important event because, for example, I take Japan as an example. The whole World Cup league there is a 1-star World Cup. So we have to find solutions for that, because if we really put the burden too high, that would kill the sport there. We have only 1-star events there, and they are also the link to the big sport worldwide, like World Cup. And we are fully aware of that, and we will take care of that.
Thank you. I know, Eleonora, you wanted to say something. I just wanted to see if there was anybody else out there.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Eleonora. Oh, but we also have Jessica Curtin. Maybe we can hear from Jessica first and then Eleonora. Or the other way around. Eleonora's happy. Go ahead.
When Jessica said, we listen
Jessica
to her.
said, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Just to answer to the ladies from Brazil, the situation is really complicated. Now we have to work on the entry fees, on the prize money, on the mandatory fees. We will have, for sure, different entry fees, because one thing is the one show, 1 week, for sure it has different costs, that, as Peter said, so we have to consider this. We start from euro and dollars, but we have in our mind that there are regions that they need our discussion, our help. Is not only the South America, is not only Japan, for example, East Europe. For East Europe is also difficult to reach these kind of things. And the next step, first we have to find solution for the bigger number of shows, then we go back to all the other, and probably, I don't know if I can, maybe the riders will kill me, we have also to look after the ranking list, because for a country like South America, and especially South American and East country, where the economical situation is not like in Europe or in Asia or North America, they cannot come up in the ranking, they cannot have invitation in 2 and 3 star. This is something that we have in mind, but it's not easy. We need time, the jumping committee need time, and we hope that with the help of Claude and the FEI, we can find some solution.
Thank you, Eleonora. Jessica.
I don't know, yeah, thank you. My question is a little bit away from the 1-star, so it's perhaps coming at the wrong moment, but I'd like to ask Peter Bollen. I've actually 2 questions, but the first question, Peter, when you do run these once-off events, as you say, which we all know are mostly outstanding events, what difference does it make for the organizer when they get a good crowd, spectators, compared to not? How much income can that generate for the show?
For an outdoor show, most of the time it's free, except for the big ones like Aachen or so, people pay, but for most of the outdoor shows, the income is for free. For the indoor shows, I would say it brings about 15-20% of your total budget, but it also depends in the countries. For example, Scandinavia, it's more, Belgium, Holland, it's going to be less. So it's different again from where you are in the world.
because we see those competitions where they're spectators, we see that they are living, and they are living very, very well. So then my next question goes actually to Francois, and I just ask, do we, as riders, and I include myself in that, even though I'm not riding, do we have to look at ourselves, what we're doing when we go to competition? It used to be that we spoke with our owners and said, is this horse ready for international competition? Is this horse able to win something at the show? And we went to the show to compete. For me personally, it's quite disappointing to see that a lot of riders are going to competitions just to get a nice video. And I don't think that that is sport. I think sport is going to the show to compete, and I think then we would be able to generate more spectators if more riders were competing. And I'm sorry that as a rider I ask you this question, but I do think we have to look at ourselves there.
No, I agree. You know, riders are a bit obsessed by international shows. In Belgium, actually, is a good example for that. Sometimes we have 3 international shows in Belgium the same weekend. I don't understand why, you know. I think it's very important to, in our federation, to support and develop, like they have in France, a very good national circuit. And I think maybe the riders, even if they have a few ranking points, they just think ranking points. And I think for sure it's another option. And more, you know, we see text messages from the organizer in Belgium, you know, come to our show, because at the end I think it's a little bit the way as the cost evolves, becomes more and more expensive, they start to realize they cannot do that every week. And hopefully that's something that will help develop better national shows, which the costs are lower, and at the end they run in the same places. So I think it's something to change the mentality of some riders, it's important. And also the situation also for the breeders, you know, they're also struggling. So most of the time they don't want to pay for the horses. So they give them to the rider, you know, and the rider, you know, is looking for a nice horse, take it at his own cost. So again, most of the time the rider is the owner, is the one who pays the cost of these shows. So I think it's going to make the rider think a little bit more.
Yeah, but that doesn't actually answer the question, Francois. Competition is competition. Training is training. And I think many spectators have absolutely no interest to go to these shows because they're watching riders not competing. And I think we have to look at ourselves and say we should really think more about when we go to competition that we compete. And then I think show organizers would have it easier to have spectators, and we could go back to competition that's exciting for people to watch. These rounds where people are not competing and there's 60, 70 in the class, this is extremely boring and this is not sport.
No, it's true, and maybe they're not competing, but there are 150 riders who try to just qualify for the qualifier of the Grand Prix. They just want to make a nice clear round because there is 2,000 euro in the meter 45 class. So that's also a situation, and there's many explanations to why the sport is not sexy. And the number of starters in some shows, the fact that they're not competing, it's one of it. It's not exciting.
Okay, we'll move to Ian and then back to you, Eleonora.
I just want to echo a bit of Jessica's concern. I mean, sport is sport, and you know, we've encountered on a number of occasions, not with 2,000 euro, but say with $75,000 on a Thursday, and people coming in and jumping 3 fences and going out, and the sponsor looks at you like, what's going on? This is sport. So I think there's, again, we have to develop that framework that can be, you know, mutually beneficial for all of us for what we're trying to do, or else we'll all end up with what I call convention show jumping, which really doesn't matter.
Eleonora?
So when Jessica are speaking about spectator, I think that we are speaking about show that have spectator, that are 4 and 5 stars. So for the other 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2, 3 star, she's right, maybe the riders and the trainers and the national federation that enter the riders, they have to think and to say, maybe we have to develop more the national show. When we are speaking about 4 and 5 star and spectator that pay a ticket to watch the show, we discussed this in a meeting, is enough to look after the start list of these shows and to ask why an organizer accepted a rider that is number 500, 600, 1,000, 2,000, and he reject in the quota that is the quota of the organizer a rider that is number 50 or 60 or 80 or the European champion young riders? This is the question.
Guy, did you want to say something? Did you want to add anything there?
Yeah, I think that a lot of times, yeah, when we go to shows and we just jump a clear round and we're not competing, yeah, it is because there's so many starters, and then the prize money is not so high in some of these classes, so it's not worth trying to win that class, but we're just trying to make a nice clear round, maybe qualify for the ranking class, and yeah, make a good result in that class. And
Thank you.
also, if we have some horses which are from investors, which they want to sell, trying to win a 135 class or 140 or 145, and having two rails, that doesn't look so good in the results. So then sometimes we prefer to just jump a nice clear round, have a good result. Yeah, it's nice for the clients that they see that it was a clear round, and also we qualify for the ranking class or something like that.
Thank you, Guy. Tom.
Yes, good morning. Tom Gordon, still from the happiest country, Finland, representing
Again.
Helsinki. Some reflections. We had an extremely fruitful meeting like 1 month ago with all the stakeholders, and we sit in the same boat. That was very, very good atmosphere, or we are in the same saddle, should I say. The only bad thing was I lost my iPad in the train back home, but I'm comfortable now. About the raise of prize money with 15% to the 500,000 level is a huge thing for the organizers, and I think it should be considered that the same 15% should also be followed in raise of, or possibility to raise the entry fee. That's one thing. Then about the extra fees, I think we should take out and limit the crazy fees, like late arrival, where? To the lobby bar or to the event. But I had a short study after our meeting in Lausanne, and some of the parts, like parking, if you pay for the parking area and electricity, the fees do not always cover the costs. So the question should be, should it be allowed to cover the costs or close to the costs? And then I think it was very valuable about the coming and the young riders and the youth, our future, by allowing more flexibility in entries or invitations. We are all organizers very willing to take care of our young future stars to invite you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tom. I'm kind of blinded by the light, so maybe I can't see everybody. Is anybody else from the public want to add something? Yes. Brigitte.
Hi, it's Birgit Rosenberg from Tjuaken. Well, I completely share much of what has been said this morning, and I know the different perspective from the organizers and the riders and costs rising all over the place. I would like to add on one perspective, and this is about commitment of riders, I must say. I think we organizers put a lot of efforts in our shows to get it right, to have good quality, to have a lot of spectators there, to get sponsors on board. And what I feel at the moment is that we have a situation with riders coming to the show, but we have a full calendar, so it's a lot of shows on the same weekend. So riders come and then they ride a class, and next day they are off to the next show, and they all aim for the Grand Prix, which I can understand as a lot of money is in there. But as Ian said, we also have a lot of money in the shows during the week. And this is, to be honest, what I would wish for. I think we're all in one boat and we have to do this together, riders, organizers. But it's a lot of costs we also have as organizers. We pay hotel rooms, and then we have riders using the room one night because the other days they spend at other shows. And here I would really like to ask for a bit more commitment, I think from all sides. As I said, it's not riders against organizers. We all love our sport and we have to work for this together, but this is a situation we see at the moment, and I hope we can work a bit on this.
Thank you very much, Birgit. Do I see anybody else in the audience that want to contribute at this point? Yes. We have another young rider who wants to add something, Jack. Apparently, you're being pushed. Ready?
Yeah, with young riders, I'd just like to say thank you very much to the organisers that led us into the shows. Thank you to Eleonora, who also helps a lot to get us in, and to the FEI when they give young riders wildcards and stuff. It's very, very appreciated.
Thank you. Yes, okay. Yeah, you already have my friends from Poland.
Kaja Kuczorowska, Poland. But this time I would like to raise my voice as a show organizer, but also a mom of a rider. So my points of view are completely different right now. So I just want to say that I really keep my fingers crossed for the board, for the committee, for the Riders Club, because finding the solution will be extremely difficult. And as an organizer, despite we organize 28 shows a year, the costs are now so high that our equestrian center loses every year. It's impossible to run it. And on the other hand, when the child is competing and parents are going for shows with the child, and the child at CSIO is winning 2 classes, is not even earning enough to cover the entry fee. So they are also disappointed because they don't have sponsors, they cover all the costs by themselves, they go for the CSIO, so they feel so important, but still, even if the child is the best, it's not enough to cover the entry fee, not talking about the hotels, the trip, everything. So really, thank you for your voice, Brazil. The costs of living are so different, even in Europe. Like, for example, average annual earnings here in Switzerland, it's 63,000 euro, but in Poland it's 14, and 3,500 in Brazil. So yeah, I keep my fingers crossed for you to find a solution and bring something new. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's definitely not a simple situation, and that's why it's really helpful to have them all talking amongst each other, finding the proper possible solutions for all of you, but we are getting the feedback today, which is going to help them in their discussions following the sports forum. Ulf.
Thank you. We all know that quality costs. And we've been discussing for years now the classification system only based on prize money. Mm-hmm. How can we combine this to lower the cost if you have better facilities, etc., permanent facilities, and maybe it could be a 5-star with less prize money, etc. Just a thought, because quality is also a parameter we have to take into consideration when we classify the level.
I see our question organizers are nodding their head. Would you like to comment on that?
Ulf, to be honest, we ask for, since the ECS system exists for the same, we believe indeed that quality has a price, and with that system you could define what quality is. But this is theory, and in practice it's not so simple. The main issue is that we use it now on the 5-star and 4-star level also, I think. But if FEI has to do this on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-star level, they need to take 10 or 15 extra people to do it. So it's we have the same idea, but practically to work it out, it's not as simple as the theory says.
No, I understand, but still, it's worth the thought.
Any further comments that I see from the floor? Okay. I'm sorry, you probably noticed that I was having difficulties changing the slides.
Sabrina?
Yes?
Hi,
Where?
Satomi Asaida
Satomi.
from Japan.
Thank you.
I might not be the happiest country in the world, but as one of the federation from a small country, and also thank you, Stefan, for presenting the situation in Japan. But I do think that, and also as a federation, sending some riders in Europe, I do think that we need some lower competitions that we have some chance to gain the ranking. So the good ones can go higher. So I think that we might need to kind of divide those 1-star, 2-stars together with the training class. And then those ones that, you know, don't need the prize money at least, but have a chance to go higher, and then they can compete in a competitive way in the 3-star, 4-star to gain the prize money. So, but we still need those ranking coverage in those 1-star, 2-stars for the riders, and also for the young riders, and also for the young horses. So that's one of the points that I want to just raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Stefan, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you very much, Satomi, that you at least repeated what I said already. And once again, I cannot provide solutions, but you can be absolutely sure that this will be part of the discussion. And it's not that easy just to say, now we put 1 star on 15,000 or whatever. There has to be a brighter discussion about that, and we have to take all these things into consideration. And I promise that we do that. I cannot provide a solution at the moment, but this will be definitely part of the discussion, because as I said already, that is the link from important regions, upcoming regions to the top sport in the world, and also the chance for upcoming talents from these regions to compete. And we have to find a solution there. So we are monitoring the situation. We will have a look at that. And for the moment, I cannot provide the solution, but we work on it.
Okay, let's move on to Happy Tom.
Thank you. The ECS system, the event classification system, was mentioned, and I think for the organizers it's a wonderful tool which gives the possibility to classify quality and not only money, but the use of it is halfway. So I think I encourage the stakeholders under the leadership of the FEI to take the next steps of the use of the ECS. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Just don't want to miss anybody. No? Well, as I was mentioning before, I'm having difficulties with with this. But basically, I wanted to move, and my friend Guillaume is trying to fix this for me. I wanted to say that, yes, there needs to be further discussions, as we've heard. Everything is, when on paper, everything usually looks okay-ish, and then when you get into the detail, you realize that there is definitely a lot of work to be done as well. There is an idea now to move ahead with a working group that will be discussing mandatory fees, but maybe I'd like to hear from the audience today what your thoughts are on what these mandatory fees that are being charged today in many of the countries. Are there any specific thoughts? Thank you, Guillaume. On what this should look like? No? Otherwise, we will create that working group. So as I mentioned, the next steps is that we are going to be creating a working group with representatives that are sitting here today. There needs to be a meeting sooner rather than later, because we really need to finalize what the prize money would look like for 5 stars going down, and agree on a system more or less for the United States as well, because we have to fix that problem with the conversion rate. So we will work on this, and hopefully in the couple of months that will come, we will have a solution, because I think when did you mention that we need to publish all this information to make it?
It's published in late August, early September, so that organizers can put the draft schedules for the following year.
Okay, so it needs to be done and dusted by August, basically.
It needs, and for that, we will need a board decision.
Absolutely.
So we need to, the whole.
We'll do the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to cut this meeting shorter, this session shorter than what it is, but are there any last comments from our stakeholder groups that you'd like to make at this point? Yes, Ian?
I just want to briefly touch on Tom's point about the event classification system. I was on the jumping committee when we introduced that like in 2014, so we're now 10 years into this almost. And I think on paper it looks like a good tool, but we now need to get it over the finish line and have it provide some substance other than a bit of a reference. Not dissimilar to what we learned about in technology yesterday. You know, once we get it going, it'll be able to be a great tool for us, and how we can then perhaps use it as we're developing this framework.
Okay, thank you.
Because the work's been done.
Yeah. Thank you. So we are, oh, Olivia, you're pointing to somebody. Oh, Michael.
Have to have the last word. I just want to thank Claude for all the work he did on the prize money differences, because it's been a bone of contention for US organizers and North American organizers for quite a number of years. And I think to come up with a solution like that is really positive. And I think especially from the North American organizers anyway, we really appreciate it. And most of them would be very delighted too that the prize money might go down. But in Wellington, we won't reduce our prize money. So anyone who wants to come, you're more than welcome.
Thank you, Michael.
Michael, it's just a proposal. If you just mention that you're not going to do anything about the entry fee, it might not work. The proposal might be different.
No, don't worry. We'll work on the with Tiffany and the rest, Rodrigo and the rest of them. Don't worry. There'll be a lot of discussions, and the entry fees will come down a bit.
And we will bear in mind what you have said also from the different regions of the world. So thank you for that. We are finishing a little bit earlier than what we anticipated. I don't know if there's coffee outside. I really do hope there is coffee outside. What I would say, and I hope that those who are online can agree to this, and I hope that the organizers. Okay, Dominique wants to say something. Okay, Dominique, let's do. You know what? Before I make this summary again, let's go around the table. Okay. And final words from everybody. So we have heard from, we heard from Michael, and now let's move on to Dominique.
Yeah, thank you. What I think is that costs are very important for us, for all of us, because shows have to be profitable, and owners and riders have to make some money in the end. But I personally consider, and I come back to what you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation, that shows also that we have to have a view on what we want our sport to be in the 10 years to come. How would you be organized in such a way that merit will come before money, and that the young riders, the young owners, the future of our sport could continue to do the sport at a very high level, and that is needed for us, all of us. And that's, if I had to make my personal conclusion, that's the most important, even before the cost. The cost means something, because it's because of the cost that sometimes we cannot do our sports in the best possible way.
Those were very good concluding remarks, Dominique, I have to say. Anybody else want to say last words? Ali, please.
Thank you. First of all, I do agree with Dominic, as well as the additional comments that were provided from the floor about the higher cost of living. This, obviously, we'll all agree. However, and as I mentioned also, in terms of priority, there is an important topic very in front of us, and that is specifically the prize money. Simply because, not because of the higher inflation rates, but it's also the disparity. And therefore, that's why we as a group are trying to find a common solution into this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will continue to affect in other cross currencies as well within the given system. I will also echo the words of Ingmar on his first day opening speech, where he mentioned that even though you may not agree on every subject, the continued dialogue has to happen, and I am confident that this will continue in this group. Thank you.
This is just getting better and better. Let's see, what are you going to say?
At the end, I think organizers, owners, riders, we're all in together. We're all passionate by the sport, and for our passion, we're going to find a solution together. That's for sure.
That was good too. Since you're all here, and we do have a little bit of time, would you like to hear from Somesh on the ECS? 5 minutes? Somesh, come on up here.
So I did check, there wasn't really coffee there. So, no, because the even classification systems name came up a couple of times. I was there in the last year's forum too. And over all of these years, we have collected obviously a lot of feedback from the utility of the reports that we send back to the organizers, yes, on reflections and as an improvement tool, it's been there, but then there were several aspects of that that weren't really relatable. For example, an opening ceremony for a regular 5-star that doesn't exist in Europe. And there were a number of these, and so we did play around with the weightages a lot, looked at how the scores would look like if we increase the weight of stabling components in the ECS. And so it was all finalized last year, and it went through the approval of the ECS working group that has Tom Gordin, Dominic, Henrik von Eckermann, Stefan Ellenbrook, and John Madden on it. So we are now in the process of programming it, and hopefully we would run the first new ECS in July, collect feedback for maybe about 2-3 months and really see if all of it is working fine as expected, and then probably bring up the discussion again on what parts of it that we can start to, for example, publish and really make some things more usable than just as an improvement tool for organizers. So that was all. Maybe open up for questions.
I see we missed Thomas. Thomas wanted to say something. Is Thomas, our friend Thomas from Gothenburg here, still here? Because I believe we missed him and he wanted to say something. I hope we got his, he left? Okay, well, I hope we get his input one way or the other. Any questions from the floor for Sumesh? No? Oh.
Well, I was just going to say thank you for that, because I think what we came out with was like sort of a long census form, and I think we can probably get to the same results with about less than 50% of the content in there, and then to get it out to the organizers in a timely manner.
We have retained a lot, or have replaced, but also the mode of data collection on those, for example, with foreign judges having to ask for 10 athlete feedback, wouldn't really get that easily. It was very footing components heavy, etc. So all of these things were looked at, and we have made many changes to, one, make the data collection easier, and undoubtedly, create a leaner version of it, which is, again, more easily usable, more relatable than before.
Maybe a new app.
In due course, hopefully.
Yes, I just want to remind Somesh about the first year the ECS was taken or distributed to the organizers. We went with my colleague Tom from Finland. We went to Somesh and we were there 3 hours and looked through all the 300 questions, and Somesh was sweating. And when we left, we asked, we were very eager, that are all organizers doing this the same? Somesh said, thanks God not.
But, for example, when Tom saw that having a lunging area carries 4 points, perhaps, if you mark a yes on it, even though it's not a requirement, he did go back and carve out 12 square meters area just to get next year a yes on Helsinki International Horse Show having lunging there. So, well, he takes it seriously. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much. Okay, so as mentioned, there's still some work that has to be done. Regarding the prize money, we will have to come up with a proposal which needs to be submitted to the board, and it has to happen sooner rather than later, by August, the very latest. So there is more work to be done. I just wanted to thank the stakeholders, first of all, for all the constructive discussions that already happen at the FEI. We're here to provide you with anything that you may need, more statistics or whatever it is, so that you can continue in these discussions. We look forward to hosting more meetings so that you can come up with proposals that are adequate. Thank you, Guy, for participating too. It's great to have young writers as well. We really appreciate it. And Jack as well for your cute intervention. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop right now. We will recommence at 11. I hope there's coffee outside. If not, we'll find some solution for you guys. Anyways, thank you very much. See you at 11. And yeah, enjoy your coffee.
Team jumping is back with the world's most prestigious competition. The Longines FEI Jumping Nations Cup is the biggest prize in team jumping.
This could be very, very popular indeed. Look at that!
Nations from across the globe go head-to-head in 10 qualifiers, from Abu Dhabi to Dublin, Rotterdam to San Miguel de Allende.
Down to the last. This for the title. He's done it.
These are the ultimate tests to advance to the final in Barcelona and take home the coveted trophy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you back here now for what is the penultimate session of this year's Sports Forum. Just one to go this afternoon. Thank you for making it back promptly. We are now going to cover the subject of key event requirements. My name is Tim Hadaway. I'm the Director of Games Operations at the FEI. I'm from I think, the second happiest country in the world. Not Irish. We'll leave them in third. We first covered this topic in front of the Sports Forum last year, where we presented the findings of a survey that we had carried out across our community. What we're going to do over the next hour or so is look at what happened next, where we are now, and crucially, what we hope to do to get ourselves into a position of launching what is the key event requirements, processes, and protocols at the beginning of 2024. Before we get to that point then, I'm just going to go briefly back to the beginning. And in fact, that goes right back to a discussion that happened here in Lausanne, just across from the FEI offices in the Carlton Hotel, the Jumping Round Table meeting, where a number of topics were discussed at the time. And out of that emerged a feeling that there were a number of critical aspects of event delivery that were perhaps not always delivered to the standard, the expectations across the board, across the world, across our disciplines, as would be ideal. We then took that forward, having been given a brief by our President and Secretary General, to look at mapping exactly what are the requirements that we have across our sport at the moment. What is that framework already in place that defines event standards, and what are the processes in place that ensure that those standards are met across the sport, and therefore that we achieve a good level of consistency around the world. We took those results of that mapping exercise and we presented them back to our technical committees, the discipline committees, the veterinary committees, and started to open up the discussion and tried to look at a discipline by discipline basis what they considered to be critical within their particular sports. And it was quite interesting. The issues varied very much from discipline to discipline as to what were considered to be important, and crucially what were considered to be perhaps what areas events were perhaps falling short on and they needed some attention. Although that was good consultation, we felt we needed to broaden it out beyond those technical committees. So the next stage was to launch a stakeholder survey, which we did in 2021. And it's the results of that survey that we presented to you and then discussed last year at the Sports Forum. And we particularly focused on what the survey had highlighted as the top 20 aspects, event delivery aspects, highlighted as being most important in the minds of the athlete, in the minds of the groom, the owners, the officials, and of course the organisers of our events themselves. So where did we go after that? We then took your feedback and we started to develop a system, a process that we're going to outline to you today that hopefully brings all of this together, as I say, in time to launch at the beginning of 2024. And as we've looked at that system, these processes, we went back to the technical committees and particularly our departments and started to re-engage them in some of the more mechanics of how we will deliver this system. And before I go on, I want to sort of stress one thing, particularly in light of the discussions that we've had this morning in the first session. This is absolutely not about introducing new requirements to our sport. These are called key event requirements because they're in fact aspects of our events that are already happening. They already exist in our rules and are already being delivered, I'm sure, in the vast majority of cases. This is much more about highlighting these points and putting in place more robust processes to monitor and to follow up, particularly in the instance where we pick up what I believe will be a minority of instances where these requirements are not being met, or perhaps, crucially, not being met to expectation. So those key event requirements we concluded off the back of the discussions that we had with you last year are here in front of you. There's 14 of them, and they cover areas that largely deal with the welfare of the horse, and also the safety of that horse and the people around them. Event biosecurity, veterinary services and facilities, stables and their cleanliness, disinfection protocols and so on. Stable security and access control, that occupied a lot of discussion last year, those of you who were here may remember. Stable specifications, stable ventilation, drinking water for horses, fire precautions and general safety procedures, circulation around the stables area and to and from training arenas, field of play and so on. Of course, medical services, and then the field of play, of course, could not be omitted, as could not the availability of training and schooling facilities, and of course, one which is often considered particularly critical by the riders, quite rightly so, the aspect of footing. So they're the 14 that we have really focused in on. Now, that's not to say that we are ignoring the potential for others to be added to this process in due course. But we wanted to really look at the most critical elements, those that have risen to the top through the consultation process, and put in place the systems that in due course, if the community feels that more should be added, we can then add it, knowing that the system is there to accept it. So we're going to go through various aspects of this now. We're going to first of all look at the regulatory framework that underpins all of these requirements. As I've said, all of these already exist in our framework of rules that we already had. We're then going to look at the monitoring framework, the post-event reporting process, and how that contributes to this KER system. Then, what is the follow-up process, particularly in the instance of one of these KERs being identified as having been failed at this particular event, or some level of shortfall. And then finally, we're going to look at what happens at that point. If there's a no to this KER being met at this event, how is that non-compliance dealt with and managed? So it won't come as any great surprise to you, but as we looked at the regulation framework that sits behind all of this, the vast majority are covered by the FEI veterinary regulations because, as I've already said, a lot of this is about safety and welfare of the horse. So in fact, there you can see the first 10 KERs of the 14 are all covered within the FEI veterinary rules, and in fact covered across 11 specific veterinary regulations. Just one, the medical services KER, is covered under the general regulations and 2 particular articles in the general regulations. And then finally, the remaining 3 KERs, field of play, training facilities, schooling availability, and footing, are covered, of course, inevitably under the FEI discipline regulations. And hence, that's where we've got the highest load in terms of number of rules. 23 rules across all of those discipline regulations underpin these 3 particular key event requirements. So the question we asked ourselves, first of all, is that regulation sufficiently robust? Can it really underpin this system to the extent that when questioned, was this KER met or not, an official, the one responsible for this area, could realistically turn around and in a black and white, very clear way say yes or no? Is that regulation sufficiently clear in that respect? So here, and you're not intended to be able to read every element of this, you'll have the information after this where you can look at this in more detail. It's really just a reflection of the work we went through, each of the 14 KERs, and where you see simply a green yes that means that we reach the conclusion that the regulation currently in place is sufficient, no changes are required. Where you see a red no and some detail following thereafter, these are the KERs where we felt that at least some attention needed to be given to the existing regulation to strengthen it up, to tighten it up, and to enable it to do its job, again, to underpin this KER process. So again, that really just completes the other 4 KERs. And you can see across these 2 slides, hopefully, or these 2 elements of this slide, in the vast majority of cases, the answer was yes, it stayed green, and therefore we did not need to scrutinize the regulation. So in conclusion, across the 14 KERs, there are 36 regulations that cover these 14 areas. Again, you can see there veterinary rules at the top of the pile, followed by the general regulations. I remind you that obviously covers the medical services KER, and then the discipline regulations covering those KERs 12, 13, and 14. But actually, in conclusion, of the 36 different regulations across all those areas, in fact, only 9 we determined needed some level of scrutiny of the detail of that regulation. And in fact, in no cases did we think we needed to add totally new regulation. It is simply adjustment of existing regulation. So I'm not going to go through, you'll be pleased to hear, I'm not going to go through all, not even all 9 of those regulatory changes, because some of them are really very modest indeed. I'm just going to highlight 3, and then, as I say, you'll be able to look at the others in due course. The first example, stable cleanliness and disinfection, is covered under veterinary regulation, which I'm sure you'll all be well aware of, 1008.5. Now, there is actually a very good cleaning and disinfection protocol that the FEI veterinary department put in place a number of years ago about how those stables should be prepared in advance of horses coming to the show, and crucially, between the change of use of that single stable, even in the middle of a show. But there's no link between the regulation, which asks for stables to be cleaned and disinfected before the arrival of the horses, and that protocol. So all we're proposing here is that we make a reference in the regulation to that protocol, and that protocol would become an annex of the veterinary regulations. It's as simple as that, really. So everything is already there in place. We're not asking organisers to do anything more beyond what they are already being asked to do to prepare those stables. But again, we're just trying to tighten that regulation up to make sure that we can fall back on that regulation more robustly in the event of that KER being failed at a later stage. The second example, quite similar. It covers stable ventilation under regulation 1008.6/B. In this instance, the regulation again is there. It's clear in terms of stating the ventilation requirements. But it's not really very detailed. So an organizer would look at it and say, well, yes, I think my stables are well ventilated. And you as a rider, you as a groom, may or may not agree with that. So what we're proposing here, similar to the stable cleanliness and disinfection the stable cleaning protocol, we have asked the veterinary department to consider introducing a more detailed protocol that will give organisers more advice, more guidance, more clarity over what we actually mean by the ventilation requirement that is in that regulation. And then, as with the first example I've highlighted, we would link that new protocol to the regulation and include it as an annex in the veterinary regulations. So that's the second example. The third, we thought we'd step away from the veterinary regulations and go to the field of play, KER number 12. This is the one that this regulation, jumping article 201.2, covers the dimensions of arenas. I'm not sure when it was last considered, last looked at, but we have suggested that the jumping committee look at this regulation in light of the sport as it has developed to today, and really decide whether or not the current dimensions that underpin arena sizes in that regulation are appropriate. Is it right, for example, to have 1,200 square meters for an arena, which technically allows for a jumping arena to be as short as just 48 meters long and 25 meters wide. Is that still right? Maybe the answer will be yes, but we at least thought that it should be scrutinized. Is it right in this day and age with the sport to have such a large discrepancy in that regulation between the requirement for an indoor arena at 1,200 square meters and an outdoor arena at 4,000 square meters? Is that right? Is that necessary? Again, the answer may be yes, but we've asked the jumping committee to at least consider this. It's a good opportunity with us looking at this project to scrutinize that and decide whether or not that is the case. So all of these regulation change proposals will of course be part of the normal process that will unfold in the coming months, running through ultimately the consultation with the national federations. The proposals will be put to you by the usual deadlines. You'll have an opportunity to feed back on those proposals in readiness for the General Assembly, where obviously you will then ultimately vote on any changes to the regulations. So all of those 9 revisions that I have referred to across those 36 regulations will be within and part of that process to get us ready, hopefully, for implementation of this in 2024. So that's the regulatory framework. Before I move on to the monitoring framework, are there any questions? There'll be another opportunity at the end for questions once you see the whole picture. So if I would ask you not to sort of preempt the next stages of the process in your questioning, but if you've got any questions specifically on the regulation framework, I'd be very happy to take those now. You all want to see the full picture first. Okay. Right, we'll move on to the monitoring framework then. So again, we're really conscious that there's enough in the sport already that we all have to get our heads around. We've heard about the ECS, we've had the discussions this morning and so on. The last thing that we wanted to do was introduce yet another layer of reporting and responsibility, whether that be for our organisers, whether that be for our officials and so on. So we immediately looked back to the processes that we have in place, scrutinised them, and looked at whether or not we could and should be making these stronger in the context of this project. And thankfully, our conclusion was yes, we can use the existing system one way or another of post-event reporting, albeit with some adjustments to it, because we discovered, and in fact we had a discussion last year within this forum, that follow-up, even those internal processes for us as the FEI, are not always as consistent. Often for very good and reasonable reason. We have thousands of jumping events and only hundreds of vaulting events. So from a resource perspective alone, it's much easier for us to follow up in detail, perhaps in one discipline, than it is in another discipline. And this is about making it easier for our teams, for the officials and so on, to follow up in these areas. So we are very much looking to the existing post-event reports, whether that be a veterinary delegates report, a chief judge, a foreign judges report, a chief steward's report, maybe a technical delegates report for those disciplines that have technical delegates at every event, at every level. So we then wanted to introduce for each KER a very simple one question per each of those 14 KERs. A simple black and white yes, no question would appear in that official's report. Was this key event requirement met in this instance? Additionally, there will be an open text field next to that yes, no question, where that official could start to elaborate and provide further detail to support their answer yes or no. And finally, we would make it very clear for that official, alongside that question, the regulation reference and the detail of that regulation. So here again, I don't expect you to read every single word, but it's just the exercise we went through, all 14 KERs, and we identified which report, and if possible, we wanted a single official's report. We acknowledge that there is dual and sometimes reporting in triplicate coming in from officials for events, and then even for jumping the ECS on top of this. But we felt that it was really important to give the responsibility to the one key official under whose area of responsibility we felt this sits. And inevitably, time and time again, that came back to the regulation, and therefore with the majority of this underpinned by the veterinary regulations. In the majority of the cases, the reporting will be through the veterinary delegates report, particularly for the first 10 KERs. So you can see there at the beginning of the monitoring column is VDR section 2, VDR section 3, etc. That's the section of the veterinary delegates report where this will be covered. And then you see the question we propose, again, very straightforward. In the case of the first one, was event biosecurity managed in accordance with FEI veterinary regulations, Article 1027. It's black and white, it's quite clear. They can refer to that article and decide whether or not the answer is yes or no. But to further help, certainly in the case of the online reporting systems, which the veterinary delegate report is, we will then enable them to hover over the information icon, and the full article will actually come up in the system. So again, there will be no excuse not to literally read that and ask themselves the question, was or was not this aspect followed in its entirety? So we propose to do that, or have done that exercise through all 14 KERs. Again, you can see really it's not until you get to number 10, horse inspections, that we start to impact any other official. This is the only one where we are actually proposing 2 officials to report on this KER, and we will be expecting, obviously, a yes from both of these officials before that KER would be a tick, yes, the event proceeds, all is okay. Those 2 being the veterinary delegate, but in the case of the horse inspection, and particularly the processes around horse inspection, we felt that obviously the chief of steward plays a key part in that, and therefore their reporting of how that horse inspection went should be absolutely taken into consideration as well. Medical services is covered by the foreign judges report for jumping, dressage, para-dressage and vaulting, but actually for the remaining disciplines where you have a technical delegate for all of your disciplines, for eventing, driving, endurance, all event, that is covered under the technical delegates report. And as you could see, we went through that process with each of those 14. So in summary, of the 14 KERs, 9 of them are covered solely by the veterinary delegates report. Only 1, that horse inspection one, would covered by chief stewards and the veterinary delegate, and the remaining 4 by other FEI officials' report forms. In the majority of cases, again, that's either the foreign judge or the technical delegate, where that technical delegate is in place. You're probably already seeing that the importance of having the online reporting, having the reporting online is going to be a really important part of this, or certainly a very useful part. It's not to say this can't be done using the remaining paper-based or PDF-based reporting, but in due course, this will be made much easier once we have all of our reporting online. But in the meantime, the good news is that at least to get up and running, as far as jumping is concerned, all 14 KERs are covered by online reporting, either through the chief stewards, through the foreign judge, or the veterinary delegate. For endurance, it's almost the same. 13 of the KERs are covered online, and it's only 1 that would have to be reported on via the more conventional PDF Word report. For all of the other disciplines, the split is the same. It's 9 KERs covered through the veterinary delegates report. All of the other reporting remains conventional and therefore will be captured in that way in the context of this KER project. So that's the monitoring framework. So again, any questions on that aspect of the project before we move on to what happens next? In other words, what happens if there's a no, particularly to any of those KERs? You're obviously saving it all up to the end. So far, so good. Okay, the follow-up. So, in the usual way, those officials' reports with their amended questions and presented in the way that we've shown will be submitted within the normal 15-day deadline after the conclusion of an event, and that we would then ask the relevant departments for that discipline to review those reports coming in and conclude whether or not there has been full compliance to those 14 KERs. As long as all 14 get the thumbs up, the green tick in the box, all is well, And the next event, if they've already applied for the next event in the calendar, would proceed, or planning for that would proceed as normal. If no, however, the relevant FEI discipline director, and because again, the weighting towards the veterinary regulations, the veterinary director would be immediately notified of this KER failure. And their first job, as often happens if they hear any kind of a report of matters that need to be addressed at events, their first job will be to investigate that further. Go, of course, to the report. The official might have used that open text box to give more information, but crucially, they're going to get on the phone, they're going to speak to the relevant officials, they're probably going to have a conversation with the organizer, they might even have a conversation with the National Federation, but they will investigate the situation, gather the facts, and the relevance of that will, of course, become clear in just a moment in terms of managing non-compliance. As I've already mentioned, in a bid to speed up the process, in the case of online reporting, we're hoping to work with to introduce yet more technology to our system and to work with our TSS team to ensure that an automatic email at that point, as soon as the online reporting picks up on a no, there would be an email that goes directly and immediately to the relevant discipline director and the veterinary director so that they could start that process as quickly as possible. So very quickly, that was easy. The follow-up process, it's very quick. It really follows very closely the existing processes already in place. So again, any questions about that before we move on to the final part? Okay. Did I see one up here? No. Waiting. So finally, addressing non-compliance. So what happens if we get that no? Working to a standard template, we will then send a formal communication to the organising committee where, of course, we would highlight the fact that one of these KERs has been failed in this instance. In the first instance, in that communication, we'll ask the organiser whether they're even aware of the shortfalls in that, to give them an opportunity to respond to that. And in the instance of that being the case, and that failure coming through the system, that the risk is, and the formal communication would make this very clear from the beginning, that if this is not resolved, then ultimately, and we all hope we'll never get to this stage, I'm sure it will be an absolute minority of cases, but it will be made clear at that point that if the matter is not addressed, then they run a risk of the event not being able to continue. The possibility for us, the FEI, to enforce that is, of course, captured in the general regulations, the reference of which is given there. But again, to strengthen this aspect, we propose to capture the KER system, these processes we're going through, within an annex of the general regulations. And these general regulations, Article 109 and 112, will refer to that KER annex. So that's how the whole system will be wrapped up under the general regulations and would ultimately give the Secretary-General the powers to stop an event from happening for the reasons of KER, one or more KERs being failed. We would then ask the organising committee, through the discussion with the officials, with the relevant department, to come up with a plan to resolve this matter. It would be captured within a formal commitment. Again, that's a template that we'll agree with our teams here, and the organiser would be asked to sign up to that commitment when they submit it back to the FEI with a clear plan to address that shortfall and, importantly, the timeline over which that would be addressed prior to the next running of that event. As long as that commitment is accepted by the relevant department and the veterinary department, then the next event would be accepted into the calendar for the following year, based purely at this stage on that commitment. And I'll come back to that in just a moment. I've already mentioned it. Crucially, we will make sure the national federations are kept informed throughout this process. They'll be informed of the failure in the first instance, and they will be informed of the plan for resolution in due course too. I've already mentioned this element, which is that the relevant department discipline director must agree the plan that is submitted by the organiser before it moves ahead. If not, then simply we loop back round, that discipline director will work with that organizer, will work with the relevant officials to agree any adjustments to that plan to resolve that matter before it can be accepted and therefore before the next event can proceed. As long as that is the case, then, as I've said, on it goes. Now, I'm sure many of you are already sitting there thinking, well, hang on, in some instances, I've got an event next week. It's a tour event. Or I've got another event in a month's time. Is the time to run this all through? Is the time for us to pick up on the failed KER, and is the time to put in place the plan to resolve it? Now, we understand that might not be the case, but I'll come to that in just a moment. With that commitment having been agreed, in a normal scenario, perhaps the event's not happening until the following year. We then proceed to the following year. The event happens, but actually this KER has failed again for the second year in a row, despite the plan having been agreed. At that point, we would not accept this simple commitment to resolve the matter. At that point, we would be asking the organizer to rectify the issue, and we will be looking for hard evidence that that has happened before the next event, the next year's event, will be accepted into the calendar. For instance, that might be by way of a specially commissioned visit of a technical delegate, or maybe a foreign judge, or a chief steward, or whoever is appropriate in order to go and make that evaluation, perhaps on site, and agree with the organizer that this is now acceptable to move forward. So it's hard evidence in year plus one, rather than simply a commitment, a promise from the organizer that they will resolve the matter. So these examples that I referred to just now, tour events, multiple events in the same year in close succession. In that instance, given that we've picked up on the issue through communication from the relevant official, either within that 15-day framework or immediately, in the instance of a tour event, you would hope the relevant official will be communicating with the organizer and with the FEI and say, listen, we've got a problem here that needs to be resolved at this event. At that point, the discipline and veterinary director, again with the relevant officials, would make an assessment. This would be their job to make the assessment as to whether that shortfall has the potential to seriously compromise the welfare, safety of horse and or person. They would make that assessment before deciding whether that event should or shouldn't proceed. If they deem the fact that, okay, this needs to be resolved in due course, but actually we can patch it up in some way or another, and we can run for the next week to give us the time to resolve it, then that agreement can be put in place between the FEI and the organizer, and it can proceed, but absolutely on the basis that as soon as possible, the full process outlined would kick in. They would have to agree that formal commitment with the FEI, and it would unfold as we've detailed. And that is confirming how at that point the event would have been allowed to continue in the meantime. So that's managing non-compliance. The next steps, we're already following up with all the technical committees regarding the regulatory changes, and that is in preparation for those to be submitted to you by the end of June. Then July and October, July through to October, we'll follow up in the usual way with your opportunity to feed back on those proposals. We recognize that communication, as ever, and has come up many times in the last day and a half, communication is going to be key to this. Communication and education about the system, generally to organisers, to the officials, to our departments, and working with our departments on those internal processes to make sure that they are as efficient as possible. And then, of course, you will vote on the actual rules revisions at the General Assembly later on this year, and we plan to launch in January of 2024. So, those of you who were here last year will remember that we had some discussions over aspects that have been highlighted through the questionnaire, through the survey that we carried out, that could be managed through regulation, and already are managed through regulation, But equally, you'll remember there are a number of aspects that were highlighted as being of key importance to athletes, to grooms, to owners, to our stakeholders, that aren't covered by regulation. And in fact, you concluded as a community that it wouldn't be appropriate to start introducing additional regulation around some of these areas, such as accommodation and catering and so on. We agreed, I think, last year that these areas were much better managed through sharing of best practice, through guidelines, through support, through education. And we very much took that on board, and I think this is an ongoing process moving forward. And in fact, the ECS is another element of that that was highlighted this morning, and Somesh, I think, spoke very well about where we are on that, and he and I have already had discussions about where perhaps ECS takes us in the context of this area in the future. But we have made a start. Already off the back of last year, we worked with the Grooms Advisory Group and the International Grooms Association, and we produced some guidelines on facilities, services and conditions for grooms, and they are already live and on the FEI Knowledge Base Event Organisers Guide that anyone can access via the inside.fei.org. So we took that step straight away, and that's a living document that can be added to. We can add examples of best practice to it over time, and we'll continue to work again with Frank Kemperman and the Grooms Advisory Group and Lucy Catan, who's here today from the International Grooms Association, to make these and develop over time to be as helpful as possible to our organisers around the world. Already mentioned yesterday, we've just launched also the first ever accessibility guidelines, accessibility handbook for event organisers. So I'm sure many of you haven't had a chance to look at that yet, but it's another area where we felt it's much more appropriate, and particularly because the situation is so different across events around the world. This is not an area for regulation. This is absolutely an area for communication, education, and critically sharing of best practice. And finally, again, it's been mentioned briefly, and we'll have Somesh up here in a moment, who I'm sure will be able to tell you more about this. We've just recently launched the second version of the FEI Sustainability Handbook. Again, a really useful tool that highlights the importance of sustainability across our sport, and critically gives over 100 different pointers to organisers as to considerations that they can give to deliver a more sustainable event. So we try to keep it as simple as possible. That is the process as we propose today. We would love to have your feedback on it. We've consulted as much as we have and as much as we could over the last year and a half, 2 years or so, but this is now a fantastic opportunity to get your feedback as we move towards the launch of this system. So I'm going to invite, first of all, up onto the stage my colleagues. He's looking at me with some level of shock. He was hoping he was going to be able to sit there and sit down, but Somesh, who you've already seen this morning, and Manu, our Director for Driving, but also Director for Special Projects, and we decided this was a sufficiently special project that we should get him involved with, who have worked with me on this matter. So, gentlemen, have a seat, please. Good. Okay. Any questions from our happiest man from the happiest country in the world?
Yes, I have to inform you that UK is number 19, not number 2.
I was hoping you wouldn't know that.
Denmark is number 2. Congratulations.
I see a Scandinavian thing coming.
So thank you for the presentation. It's a lot to digest, and I feel like this replaces the heavy coming lunch. This was really, really heavy stuff. So how does this is in synergy or linked to the ECS? Because when we sit here as organisers, not even with a law degree, we can digest everything. It's really a lot.
Yeah. I'm going to let Somesh take over in more detail in just a moment. I'm just going to go back to something I started with, which is this is not about introducing new processes. This is what we hope we've done here, is highlight what we consider at this stage to be the most critical aspects that I'm sure are being delivered perfectly well in 99% of the cases. What we believe it will give us is a more robust process to identify any shortfalls in that 1% and in the management of the follow-up of that process. I think that's where it sits not exclusive to the ECS, but beyond in terms of saying, this is how we really are going to manage in a much stronger, clearer, more consistent way these aspects.
Can you give me the slide?
Okay.
Which one? This is to go back?
That's to go back, and that's to go forward.
So, Tom, these questions, they sit in the reporting, post-event reporting framework that exists. The ECS also draws everything from the existing reporting system. The only difference being that the shows at which the ECS is currently applicable to have certain number of extra questions. Those, for now, are not, for example, lunging area is not a part of one of the 14 KERs. So that doesn't intersect. But where they were already drawing information, the ECS calculations were drawing information from existing reports, they remain only the same. And in the reconfiguration of the ECS, some weightages have been considerably taken up. For example, the security and access control that was only being asked to the chief steward and had a weightage of 2. Sorry, there's a bit of calculation behind all of this, so there are weightages to different aspects, and it was at a weightage of 2 and contributed lesser marks to the overall score. But now, and also, reflecting on all the discussions and the priorities that we created to come up to these 14, we raised up the weightage and the points that come from the feedback on security and access control. And within the ECS, it gets asked to the riders, to the grooms, to the foreign judge, to the chief steward. Examples of how they are currently intersecting and possibly will continue to evolve like that.
And so much, I think also we've discussed, haven't we, that in the process of the department investigating further, the ECS is another really useful tool when they start to dive deeper, investigate, and find out whether this was an issue equally, for example, from the perspective of a groom, as it was from the perspective of an athlete or that particular official. And I guess the other point around disciplines, the ECS, we haven't jumping. This is about delivering a system consistently across the sport and across all the disciplines. Next question.
Thank you. If I understand well, this is about minimum requirements. These requirements that is the show to fulfill, at least to cover welfare of the horse, and that's definitely very important. Just want to tell you, please look also, take into mind that you don't put your requirements so high that it will create a lot of cost for the organizers. So always keep it in mind, because the trap is there to put your requirements that high that it will create a lot of extra cost. And as we explained already today, be careful with that.
Yeah. Manu, do you want to comment to that?
Yeah, I just want to highlight that this is not minimum requirements. These are key requirements. So it's we took the most important ones, having in mind the welfare of the horse. So of course this will have impact, but we have a way to follow up. And as you could see, there's time to work with the organizers and with the officials to put it in place on a timely manner, and that can be successful. So I think it's a pretty good way to move forward. We have a consistent establishment for the FEI events.
I'd like to add on that point. So all the rules that we have are in fact minimum requirements, and need to be delivered upon. And it's really was a case of bringing out the most important ones. We are sort of creating a priority by shining a light on these 14. And the requirements remain as they have been. They only become clearer. For example, when Tim took the example of stable cleanliness and disinfection, so, or for better, stable ventilation. Currently, the regulation says adequate ventilation. And adequate could currently be different for you and different for me. And so it is about putting what is acceptable ventilation without really going to, as you know, we discussed last year, we looked at what do we ask in our Olympic Games venue requirements guideline, and that has 6 air changes per hour. So to not go to such an extent, because it requires measurement and objectivity, but so that's the difficult task at the hands of the FEI Veterinary Committee to define what adequate could mean by way of a protocol, giving you absolutely clear guidelines around this is what needs to be delivered for ventilation in stables.
Michael.
Thanks, Tim. I just have a question on the reporting. Currently, the foreign judges report has some of those same questions for jumping. Will there just be one? Will it just be the veterinary delegate, or will it be both? And if it's both, what happens if they're different?
Yeah, good question. As I think I said, it was important for us to identify the primary official to take responsibility for this, and for us it made sense to link that to the regulation. So that's the one that we will take first and foremost. There will be a level of dual reporting remaining in place, and if that is identified, one disagrees with the other, then it would be back to the discipline director, the veterinary director, working with, in that case, the 2 officials to really decide, was it this, or was it this, or was it somewhere in the middle? And then take the course of action from there.
Yeah, I just want to add that when we have 2 questions for 2 different officials, it is on purpose. We need to cross information, otherwise we only have one version of the story. So that's why we have done, I think in 2 or 3 of the questions, we have 2 officials from different roles giving their opinion.
For the context of this system, there's really only one question that gets answered or has an effect on the KER being met or not, which is the horse inspection. The vet delegate passes it, and the chief steward needs to pass it as well. But for quick follow-up, on the first instance, the trigger comes from the one official identified. For example, the field of play. So that question sits in foreign judge report for jumping, dressage, power dressage, and vaulting, while in the TD report for the rest. And if there is, in case field of play being reported upon or commented upon by another official, that is the bit that goes into facts are established, where more information about that is being collected on.
Yeah. John.
Tim, John McEwen, I'm very pleased about the work you've done here. I think it's fantastic, and it's something we've wanted for a long time. Just one minor correction. I think you said 15 days for reports back. The veterinary reports have to be back by 72 hours. We in the veterinary world are much, much, much more proactive, you see.
Point well made and taken. Thank you, John. Any other questions?
So first of all, thank you, because it was really necessary to have this clarification and this explanation. So Peter, you have not to be worried about the cost, because the most of the organizers that already fulfill, and they are doing really a lot for the security, for the stable. Probably it was necessary for the lower level shows, But at the end, what the rules are asking and what the rider are asking is to be clean, to offer a clean shower to the groom, and to have a clean stable in order not to have problem with contamination or doping problems. Because the cost is not so much, because you already are doing what they are asking. But when there is a case of contamination, is a lot of cost for the riders, for the lawyer, is a lot of cost for the FEI, because the legal department has to work. And in case of bad product, is 2-year suspension for the rider. So it's really important. I always say also to the young, if you find the box that are not clean, the stable that are not clean, go immediately to the jury president or to the foreign judge, because when something happens, you really destroy your career.
Thank you. I think that last point is a really good one. I think we hope that this will give a very clear and accountable process that will give confidence for people to report through this, and knowing that there's a good system in place to follow up on these points.
And also an opportunity as a culture that these are tried to be resolved if found so on the first day or day zero, before it comes to really being determined as that these aspects were non-compliant.
Thank you. I would suggest to add one key R, which is the unloading and loading when arrived, because now so much happening in the unloading area, where we have the examination on arrival, temperature taking. Unless it is safe, space is enough, it can be horses in higher risk. Thank you.
Do you want to comment on the basis of we can add in the future?
Thank you, Ali. We had that discussion while doing this survey on the key event requirements, and as Tim already referred, we can always add other requirements to this list. But why we left it to be outside for now is because since 2 years ago with the outbreak, there is a robust survey on the arrival of the horses. So for us, there is no need to go further than what is already implemented and is working well. So that's why it's out for now, but as referred, we can always add other requirements to this list.
Yeah, I think it is absolutely the starting point. And funny enough, a number of our colleagues and some of the disciplines particularly have raised this point for other matters and more discipline-specific matters as well. And we've said the same to them, that let's get this up and running, establish it as a principle, a way of working, put the processes. This puts quite a burden on us internally as an organisation as well. I think we need to start at a sensible level to get to grips with that and understand that. And then we can see how this evolves in the future.
And Ali, on the details of this, the horse arrivals and departures, particularly arrivals, there have been, of course, many attempts on smoothing it, lots of communication going out, times and arrival slots being determined so that it works as clockwork, but it doesn't, because if those time slots are also not respected while coming in. So there is a lot to solve there in terms of making a very clear regulation, because you need one to have a particular aspect being considered as a key event requirement. So I think a lot of exchange is required on that part to, well, eventually make its way into this list.
Italian Equestrian Federation. First of all, thank you. It's definitely necessary, it's useful to have a guideline on these issues. I would like only to signal kind of two warnings. In the sense, one, like Peter already said, take care about, because adequate ventilation, for instance, is not regulated. There is country to country, outside temperature, and so on and so forth. It's easy that it becomes a lot of costs as a new one. So just a warning for what is not still defined in regulations, to be careful to not to add more costs. And the second about the non-compliance, how to address it when there is the case. I like what Somesh said, that there should be an immediate warning of the involved official to the event organizers, not that he discovers at the end of the Monday, oh, I got a no, but maybe on the Tuesday, Friday, the relevant official should go and warn the event organizer to address it immediately. I don't know if this can be made sort of compulsory, so that the event organizer doesn't discover it on the Monday in the report, but knows that the no is arriving. And then also on the process of 2 negatives in a row. I don't know if the not putting the event in the calendar, I mean, this is going very far. Also, this maybe it's more for the competition. I don't know if this is something that maybe there is an official warning in the calendar saying that this event failed in the key event requirements, but to prevent it to be in the market maybe is a step too far. This is just for you to think about.
Yeah, I think hopefully, and maybe just to make that a little bit clearer, and Somesh has brought up the slide here, I think we were very conscious of that, first of all, that you don't go straight to that end of the spectrum. And we very much designed the process with that in mind. So year one, failure number one, it's notification, and let's agree a plan to resolve it. It's as simple as that. And as long as we agree that plan, the event in year two continues. We only start to ramp it up a little bit if it then fails on the same point again in year two. And all we're saying at that point, we're not saying we're definitely going to cancel your event. All we're saying at that point is that we're not going to simply accept a commitment to resolve it. We're going to want to see some level of hard evidence that it has been resolved before we'll let year three go ahead. So in reality, it's only if you then get to year three, well, in theory, because you've agreed because you've agreed that you've got to have some hard evidence of resolving it, in theory, you shouldn't really get to year three, and therefore you shouldn't really get to the cancellation scenario that we've put in there. But we, of course, have to have that there as the ultimate, actually, no, okay, there was some hard evidence, but something's happened between when you showed us that hard evidence and the event happened, which meant that it then did fail on year three. And we have to have the possibility at that point to say, well, hang on, we've all worked very hard together for 3 years now to resolve it. So we hoped that we built that sort of safeguard in that I think you're referring to.
Tom Gordon there.
Sorry for keeping you awake. It's really important that the total system of KER is based on objective facts and not subjective opinion.
We agree, and that's really was job number one, to go back to that regulation and tighten it as much as we could in order to enable the asking of that black and white yes/no question. Now we're still in that regulatory review process, so we don't yet know whether we'll achieve that sufficiently, and I think we'll learn as the system unfolds, and further steps might need to be taken in order to do that. So we're well aware that there will be some interesting discussions, I'm sure, with organisers ahead, but that's why we put the emphasis on the discipline directors, the veterinary director, to at least have that flagged up, and therefore to prompt the opportunity to make that change and have that discussion. Any other questions? Lunch is on its way, they hope. Okay, any more comments from my colleagues?
Just wanted to highlight that the definition of an event is the same venue delivered by the same or related OC.
Yeah, so we're, that's prompted a question. Or he's just woken up.
I've just woken up from very happy dreams.
Exactly.
Just a sentence. I also like this concept very much, the ideas behind. I think that's a huge step forward. And I particularly like that the discipline departments or VET department are now supposed to be assisting the OC by coming up with proposals. I don't have a lot of experience with the past, but the one or two, let's call it warning letters I saw, they were a bit harsh, like, oh, you did something wrong, get it sorted, full stop. If this is now different, saying, how can we help? Why don't you do this or that? That's really helpful for the OCs.
I hope that you see that that's very much our philosophy across the board, really, and we're here to serve the organisers, the athletes, the grooms, and we're all in it the same, to deliver the same ultimately. So thank you. Any other comments, final comments? Manu, any further final comments on your part?
No, what I can say is from a sports director perspective, this will help us a lot. We normally get all these reports, and my discipline is small, but I know some disciplines it's huge, the number of reports they collect, and they cannot deal with everything. So this, by coming on the key ER's list and highlighting to them there is a problem here, that will facilitate the follow-up and will be more effective. So for us as directors, sport directors, it's a huge step forward.
Good. Okay, so thank you for listening. Thank you for your support. Thank you in anticipation of your support as we look to roll this out. I want to thank you, in particular, my two fellow musketeers here, Somesh and Manu, for the work that they've put in to get us to this point, which is not inconsiderable. We've become great fans of a particular meeting room we have at the FEI, which some of you will know, called the Green Room. The majority of people seem to hate having meetings in the Green Room. We've spent an awful lot of time in that Green Room in the last year and a half. The final session this afternoon will remain as published at 2:15. We have finished a little bit early, so we hope lunch will be out there, but if not, a little bit of fresh air, and then we look forward to seeing you back here at 2:15. Sabrina, you have a
No,
quick
just
word?
to say that lunch will be ready at 12:15, so we're good.
So just 5 or 10 minutes or so.
So that means that I again have 5 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah, because you
very
did,
opportunistic.
Yeah,
so much.
No, but I think it's a good idea, and plus, I believe
Go
you
for it.
mentioned it in the beginning, Tim, that
I
maybe
did.
Somesh would.
Yep.
So let's not forget
Sustainability
Somesh.
guide. Perfect.
So I'm really going to appreciate ourselves for this, because this handbook is very cool. I know you will judge it the same ways. Very sure of that. To talk, it's a brilliant opportunity to mention about this here with lots of organisers, lots of NFs present. It has required a lot of work to translate scientific-based global reporting initiative guidelines to a relatable speak, to turn it into very easy measurements, and to establish a culture of certain particular types of data being collected. All of this then feed into what could be a very bespoke climate emissions reduction strategies, all kind of sustainability initiatives that we would like to determine for individual events. We, as in speaking as the person who's implementing these guidelines. So we have, the 11 SDGs that are put up here. These are today the common speak of communicating sustainability strategies. And there is a wealth of information, very easy to follow, from basically the life of an equestrian event, from event conceptualization to the venue wrap-up. And I would really, really implore all to consult this handbook right at the start, for the national federations to get it out to national championships and national level events as well. And concatenated all of that, I think if we get to a point of calculating what emissions we have saved, I'm very sure it's going to be a gigantic number. So that is all. I've taken less than 5 minutes. I'm notorious for that. But thank you very much. Enjoy the lunch. See you in the afternoon.
Thank you.